most anticipated tournaments out there. 30 overs wild card cricket tournament. That's what we've been speaking about. The two sides that faced on. Old Monk CC taking on Rising Jawans Cricket Academy. Typically same kind of journey from both the sides. It's a 7-team participating tournament, among which Rising Jawan while both the openers came into the crease. Balakrishnan and Akash are the openers along with Krishna Sai with the ball, having a slips in position straight away. Well, that's how it used to be, attacking intent straight away early in the first innings. That usually gives an upper edge to any side. Punches it through the covers, straight away goes to the boundary ropes to get off the mark. Balakrishnan begins his final with a sparkling stroke that gets a boundary for them. And this one is very short delivery, which is more than enough for Balakrishnan to choose his area. Though there is a super cover fielder, he had no possibilities to reach out there. Good start and a positive one here. In fact, a change of openers today. Balakrishnan and Akash didn't open in their previous game. Madan Shaktivel and Vetri were the openers in the previous game. While both the openers came in. Shuffling of openers have been a regular story out there with Old Monk CC. They use it to experiment a lot more things, and among which shuffling openers is one more idea. But speaking about shuffling openers, is it experimental? To a professional level of cricket, it might be experimental, where you will be choosing the squad with top order batters, middle order batters, all-rounders, spinners, bowlers, wicket keepers. But when it comes to these kind of cricket tournaments, it doesn't describe any batter's ability or any batter's potential with just one aspect of the game. Balakrishnan might also be a good finisher. That's the possibilities a cricket side gets. So this gives more opportunity for them to give equal opportunity to all the cricketers trying different openers one after the other. As we can speak about the opening combination so far, much better deliveries that turns out to be. Trying to give a good comeback over there. So anybody could open the innings is something that's been an added advantage for any side out there. When the previous two sides met in the previous league phase, it was Rising Javans who won the game. Wolmonk batted first in that game too. But the toss was Rising Javans in that game. Now the short delivery couldn't get much control over there. Was expecting one more to keep things under control. Much better than this turns out to be. First over gets completed, that's 4 for no loss. Gokul James, the new bowler, comes into the crease. Will be expected to perform in high standards, as batting first have always been an advantage in big games like finals. You've seen that plenty of times out there in international cricket as well. But again, speaking about batting first, the track record says that while batting first, Rising Jawans Cricket Academy had good upper hands against the Old Monk CC. Big shot that's high in the air and nobody standing at the deep. And this outfield, you're going to speak about that, as it will eventually produce the result that you're looking for. Good try from the fielder. Anyway, it will go for the boundary. That was a tremendous effort out there, but this one, a good length outside the off stump. You can't blame the bowler, but the field positioning should have kept the sweeper cover outside the circle if this is going to be the ball. Anyway, that was a tremendous effort. Second over starts with the boundary, with a similar fashion of what happened in the first over. Ilamugil Albino pick up the bowler from Rising Jawan Cricket Academy. We'll be expecting him in action soon. But apart from that, these bowlers are having different numbers altogether. Well, speaking about batting first, 150 odd was the total posted by Old Monk CC when these two teams faced off in the league phase, and that turned out to be an easy win for them. And the lowest target defended in this tournament is 174. So anything less than 174 will be a risky call. That should be kept in mind for Old Monk CC. That's what happened in the league phase. When these two teams faced off each other, 150 odd was the total posted by Old Monk CC, which turned out to be an easy win for Rising Javans. So you should try scoring 175 plus, or eventually 200 will be a good score. You've seen teams scoring 300s too in this tournament, so nothing is going to be an end boundary when it comes to high total. But anything under 174 was chased down in this tournament. That should be kept in mind. There is no such statistics like batting first won this much, batting second won this much. It's a 50-50 numbers. So both the sides were having equal opportunity. Good stroke making that is from Akash DK. Plays it as late as possible, and that was risky stroke making. When you don't have a third man, this is a calculated risk. Look at that. He had a sweeper cover, but this time the length is wrong. In fact, there was a fine third man. Gokul James must be careful with his lengths and line as well. He's having a sweeper cover and third man in position. The third man is standing finer, and that must be kept in mind. With this field positioning in mindset, Gokul James must focus on his lengths. Good length outside the off stump would be working well today, as he's having a sweeper cover at the deep. Much better one. There is a man in deep. Here it gets just a single. But I'll appreciate these lengths from Gokul James. This should be the length that he should focus on bowling. At some point of time, he might be getting that wicket that he is looking for. An early breakthrough matters a lot. And despite of all these statistics we're speaking about, the pair score, the teams batting first, teams batting second, everything goes out of the chapter when it comes to finals. In finals, the one who handles the pressure could make it to the big games. We've seen teams defending totals like 120s and 130s. We've seen teams chasing totals like 195. Both happen in T20 tournaments. So 30 overs is nothing short of a T20 tournament. When you have white ball in action, there is more space for drama. There is more space for masalas. With this left-right combination, this adds more spice to this partnership. So what they shouldn't do is not to lose much wickets in the power play. White Jersey have this reputation of getting more wickets in the power play, and then the batters get better in terms of scoring runs. We've seen many matches 20 for 3, 20 for 4, and then the team score 180 plus in 2020 game. Much better length from Gokul James. This happens when you start batting well in the middle overs. We'll speak a lot about that. 2 gets completed, 13 for no loss. Quick single, as that gets the possibilities of another one. Well, speaking about the statistics of this tournament, batting first have won 11 times and batting second have equally won 11 times. So you can't come for the conclusion that okay, Olmonk Sisi won the toss, they had decided to bat first, they might be having that winning edge, and that story won't work here, as the previous statistics of both teams facing in the league match have ended up in favour of Rising Jawans, and the same situation it was, where Rising Jawans won the toss, they had decided to bowl first. Today it doesn't happen, but the result was same, that they're bowling first anyway. Keeping these things in mind, and these star players, we've seen that too happen in white jersey a couple of times. The star player who performed well in match after match, league phase, eliminator, will fail in big stage, and a new batter who doesn't had a chance to perform well in league phases will score big numbers. That's how it happened, and especially in the power play, the teams losing wickets 20 for 3, 20 for 4. In middle overs, the bowlers have always struggled to pick wickets. That's the story of white jersey. So far, we've seen plenty of tournaments being broadcast, and we could eventually see number 4 batter and number 5 batter making a partnership of 120 runs and changing the context of the game. So taking wickets in the power play doesn't matter. Continuing to get wickets in the middle overs matters a lot in this venue, especially while bowling first. Krishna Sai continues out to bowl. Couldn't see much of flighting deliveries. Two fielders outside the circle. Long on and deep mid wicket. Trying to be defensive here, Krishna Sai. And this cuts your opportunity to bowl outside the off stump, as all the fielders outside off stump have been inside the 30-yard circle. Cheeky single, and much better one this turns out to be. Old Monk seems to be much careful on taking singles. And this is a 30 overs game. You need not to rush things. You need not to push yourself out of your boundary. As long as you stay in the crease, the run rate will keep on moving. As this has many phases, the first 10 overs, the next 5 overs, the next 5 overs, and the last 10 overs. For every phase, there should be one batter with confidence and keeping the game moving forward. So there don't need to be any hurry out there. Just stay relaxed and play for the merit of the ball. That's how it used to work. 3 gets completed at 16 for no loss. Another good over from Krishna Sai. There you could see the numbers. Plenty of batters out there. Subbu CJ, pick of the batter, have been a dominant batter out there in this tournament for Old Monk CC. That one key batter I've been speaking about, who scored match after match, Subbu CJ. He's at the top 3 run scorers of this tournament. He should continue the same flow of batting in this game as well. There comes the biggest challenge here. Rising Jawans Cricket Academy are known for their destructive bowling options. But today it should be just for the namesake. Continues out to bowl Gogul James. 5 for 12 is the number. The number seems to be convincing. Now the biggest question is where your 2 fielders are going to be. One is at the sweeper cover and the other seems to be at the wider third man. So there will be sure expectations that Gogul James will be bowling outside the off stump. He's also getting a bit of movement outside the off stump. That's also adding up more advantage for them in terms of picking wickets. This shows that your control against a batter is working well. But this is a tremendous shot out there. That is a boundary through the covers, but this has a statement. You miss, I hit kind of mindset from Akash. It's a good length outside the off stump, but he was well prepared for that length and smashes it through the covers and lands in no man's area anyway. But this is where everything needs to be kept in control. 1 wicket with a new ball could change the context of the game. Slower ball from Gogul James anyway. And speaking about the reaction of pitch conditions, we've seen left arm spinners doing well, left arm finger spinners. Initially the fast bowlers will also get extra wickets in the new ball, as this condition usually has a bit of hardness on the surface, extract a bit of skiddiness on the condition. Today it might be different. As you could see, Akash DK trying to treat it like a T20 match. This is okay as long as you play a longer innings. If you couldn't stay more than 10 overs in this brand of cricket, then it is a failed approach altogether in a 30 overs cricket match. Though if it's buzz ball coming into game, when it comes to finals, your approach must be conscious. That's what being followed by plenty of quality cricketers out there. Strong shouts and celebrations. The energy is still there. Rising Jawans Cricket Academy are hoping that first breakthrough out there. Oh, change of pace works. And that is almost a missed opportunity. And that miscommunication earns them the wicket anyway. It's not the wicket of Akash, but it is the wicket of Balakrishnan. Aim for the righty, get the lefty. Resulted in the breakthrough that they're looking for. Old Monk CC lost their first wicket. This was what happened. I was looking at the missed opportunity, but look at this confusion. Balakrishnan had plenty of time to get back, but he was confused in the middle of the pitch. 20 for 1 as Balakrishnan disappointed and walks back to the pavilion. There comes the man himself. Subbu CJ comes in at number 3. This seems like a celebration, but this also seems like a tough chance. As Subbu CJ is the most dependent batter of the side, and he's one among the tremendous batter of the overall tournament. If he comes in at number 3, this gives more chance for the bowling unit to grab his wicket as well. But at some point of time, in such battles, the king himself should come in front to motivate his soldiers. That's what happened here. Subbu CJ comes in front at number 3 to take up the responsibilities. There is no point of thinking about losing wickets. You have to build the partnership, you have to score runs. That positive attitude matters a lot. This shows the confidence of Subbu CJ. Appeals for the wicket. The wicket keeper, as the batter handled the ball in his hand. But this wasn't intentional. He was not also blocking the ball going to stumps. But this is a good presence of mind from the wicket keeper to have something, some opportunity in everything. Batters must be careful. Twenty-three for 1 after 5 overs anyway. That's been a dominant performance. Change of end here. Now bowling from the broadcast end, Gokul James continues out to bowl. So far it's been a dominant performance with the ball after the run out. Though they got Subbu CJ, this is going to be a little bit of challenging for them. This is going to be a little bit trickier for them. You need not to go with the greedy approach. You have to go with the long-term approach. Play for the 25 overs right from here. That's clean ball. Hits the off stump. We are speaking about playing a longer innings. The wicket is gone and that is a big fish. Gokul James, that is a dream wicket on a big final. It was a Yorker delivery on the off stump straight away. And Subbu CJ was not expecting that. He was trying to go for the shot. This is very unfortunate. The top run getter for the side is walking back to the pavilion without creating any impact in the final. That's 23 for 2. Subbu CJ walks back to the pavilion. Vetri, the new batter, comes in at number 4. It still slips in position. That was a wonderful Yorker outside the off stump. On the off stump, in fact. But the problem is that nobody would expect Yorker in the 6th over of a game, especially if it's a 30 overs match. But the cricket is changing. It's evolving. The one who accepts the evolution, the one who... Oh, another one onto the stumps, invading the stumps one after the other. The one who moves himself with the evolution could understand this process. We can't stay with our own ideologies, the old school mindset. That won't work here. Anything will happen. A new batter comes in, may straight away go for the big 6. And with the new ball, the bowler might try for the Yorker, slower delivery. So everything comes in the picture. Cricket is changing and it's evolving. That's the huge truth that we can never deny. Either accept and move with the game or to stay out from the game. That's the only option we have. Akash DK was doing really well before these 2 wickets falling down. Now he have lost his strike rate. He was 7 ball 15 if I'm not wrong. Now 17 ball 15. This shows the kind of pressure if a wicket falls within the power play. Much better one. What a pace this is. Akash was also expecting something that could invade the stumps, and this one being bowled way outside the off stump. Sometimes you have to make the batters think for a certain delivery, and bowling something different away from it will give you more upper edge against the batter. It's more about the mind game, the battle that you and the batter will be having. You make the batter to expect something and don't do that. Don't bowl that ball. That's why the upper edge against a batter comes in. That's why the wicket gets fallen down. Another one, surprising delivery, slower delivery. As it turns out to be just a single. But while speaking about this brand of cricket, in local cricket in Chennai or in these club level crickets in Chennai, you can't say these things as a complete pressure. 25 for 2, obviously, the big man is gone, obviously. But there will be plenty of other batters. Vetri will be having a potential. Akash will be having a potential. There will be other batters too. There won't be such terms like pure bowler or the tail ender. Even the number 11 batter will have something to say with the bat. Good that he's having the change of pace. That is a very healthy sign in Chennai's gully cricket, Chennai's club cricket or India's club cricket. That cricketers have inspired of batters. India is a country of batters, to be very honest. Though we have plenty of championship spinners, though we have plenty of good fast bowlers, India have always been a country of batters. It all comes straight through from the times of Vijay Merchant, Vijay Hazare, to the times of Sunil Gavaskar, Gundappa Vishwanath, Sachin Tendulkar. So all the times, the greatest cricketers were batters. I'll speak a lot about that. 6 gets completed, it's 25 for 2. Continues out to bowl Krishna Sai, traditional form of shuffling the balls. We've been speaking about the dominance of batting that India got. The batters have inspired generations. There is a plenty of crowd out there in urban cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai. Said, I want to become Sunil Gavaskar. And then millions of Indians dreamed of becoming Sachin Tendulkar. And a few of them have made it too. With the likes of Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Ajinkya Rahane, whoever made it to Indian cricket team as a great batter. Oh, that's almost closer. That's almost closer. We could say this is a dropped opportunity too. As a slip fielder was standing a pretty closer. This is getting trickier. As Krishna Sai bowled a wonderful ball that almost grabbed the wicket of Akash DK. The slip fielder must be careful with his approaches. So that was this generation I've been speaking about. Have dreamed of becoming Sachin Tendulkar. You can't say they dreamed of becoming Javagal Srinath. They dreamed of becoming Anil Kumble. There were a couple of players dreamed of becoming them too. But this crowd that followed Sachin catches the call. And this crowd that followed Virat Kohli, that is now following batters like Shubman Gill, have been a culture of India. With a clearer example, we could take Pakistan. For every door, you have a quality fast bowler. You had Wakar Yunis, we had Wasim Akram, you had Shoaib Akhtar. And now you're having bowlers like Mohammad Irfan. You had Wahab Riaz. So, plenty of quality fast bowlers that a world cricket would love to have. This is because of the kind of heroes they've got. Pakistan always got heroes through fast bowlers. Right from the times of Imran Khan, Wasim Akram, Wakar Yunis. I want to become Wakar Yunis. And a few became Shoaib Akhtar. Few became Sohail Tanvir. They inspired the generation. And then we got Wahab Riaz, obviously. Big shot. And that seems to be much better connection. And got the result as well. Maximum. And that is the first maximum of the morning. Vetri finished things off with a maximum of that last ball. 34 for 2 after 7 overs. This was that shot. Look at the connection. That's gutsy approach against a set bowler. And sometimes you gotta do such kind of approaches. 34 for 2. Continues after ball Gokul James. I love the way how he changed the pace in the previous over. The variation was really good. It confused the batters. But now the fielders were being expanded. In his previous over, we got to see mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. Another one turns out to be a change of pace. That didn't help them to do as of expected. So we spoke about Pakistan's impact in fast bowling. We also seen the spinners' impact in Afghanistan and Sri Lanka. So every geography had a couple of legends in making. That particular legend creates the next generation's impact. India also had quality fast bowlers, quality spinners, but India have always been a country of batters. So this, in a ground level, made all the cricketers, though they are spinners, though they are bowlers. Oh, beautiful shot! Exceptional stroke making. This is Vetri. He's shifting up his gears now, and it is very much important at this point of time. A sixer on the previous over's lost ball now continues out with a boundary, and this bat flow is impressive. Look at that. Stand and deliver. Nobody was moving for that. And that's why this gets in control. I speak about the number 11 batter who also bats well, because that inspired player would be Virat Kohli, or that inspired player might be Ashwin or Bumrah, but still they love to bat. Batting is a culture in India, so everyone bats. That's where the future heads to. That's what Rohit Sharma's dream Indian batting lineup. This time a much bit of squirey stroke making. It doesn't get the result he was looking for. Rohit Sharma have been dreaming of this. The top order batter shouldn't get much fear of losing his wicket. That should be some gutsy approach. He himself stood up as an example for that. When you have a number 11 batter with such batting ability, you could eventually go for such shots as an opener. That's why the huge difference comes in. That is already in application in this level of cricket. All monks easy have 11 batters. No need to worry about the batting order. That's why we've been speaking about this for a very long time. But there is still one void that's been going away from cricket, which is the brand of cricket that Kapil Dev showed, the brand of cricket that Mr. Botham showed, the brand of cricket that Imran Khan showed. That was missing. A batter who could also bowl with the quality of 140 plus. We've seen that with Jack Callis, a bit with Shane Watson as well. But we didn't see much of fast bowling all-rounders coming in Asia, especially with the way how Imran Khan and Kapil Dev have ruled the 80s. A fiery bowling with 140 plus and a quality batting with an ability to score centuries. Though there is Hardik Pandya, he's not to that standard of the fast bowling that Kapil Dev and Imran Khan have showed. And that's the difference comes with modern day cricket. 8 overs completed, 40 for 2. Had a quick discussion out there. 40 for 2 it is Old Monk CC. I'll still say this as a neutral power play so far. That Old Monk CC have also scored a couple of runs. They got a decent batters. But whereas for Jawans, they have picked up the wicket of Subbu CJ. That will be a huge motivating factor for them. But going forward to the 11th over, both the sides were, as it's also ultimate goal for us to keep up the momentum going high. Viewers are going to be the deciding factors. That's high in the air. Catches the call. And that's been put down. This is very unfortunate. Easy catch given to Soy. But unfortunately that's been put down. He was disappointed as well. This was that catch. When Vetri was trying to go over the long off fielder, it wasn't getting the connection. As a bowler, you will be having a lot of dream. You bowled a perfect ball, you distracted the batter, you made him to play a bad shot, and the catch dropped. This is a tough chance. This is a tough chance. You can't blame the fielder for this, as it's falling short of him. The decent over coming to an end. Oh, this is taken. That is taken. Wonderful catch taken at the steps. Easy and soft dismissal as Ponsubash gets it against this man Vetri. They were not feeling happy with the spinners doing this damages. Finally, Vetri's effort is coming to an end. It's 46 for 3 with this. Vetri walks back to the pavilion. This was that wicket, and that is a very good catch taken behind. There you could see disappointed Vetri walking back. Couldn't complete the task given to him. Unfortunately, he's walking back to the pavilion as the new batter comes in. And at number 5, we'll keep you posted about the batter comes into the crease. Oh, welcome bonus for the new batter from both the bowler as well as the fielder, as this turns out to be a gifted delivery to the newbie. And Sai Akash gets that boundary. Look at that. This is very easy. Come on, hit me over for the boundary. But there is a fielder. No worry about it. He'll be missing that for the boundary. This is very unfortunate. Places it on top of the ball. That's a misfield, which offers just a single. Trying to show some positivity on the field. 51 for 3 it is as of now, with 2 more to complete this over. This is interesting to watch out with the way how spinners doing the damage, especially with the kind of flight that they are creating with the ball. Gutsy approach from Ponsubash. He's not at all worrying about the boundaries. He's trying to do whatever he wants to do. Look at that. This is the speciality of Ponsubash. As that gets completed with that single. Continues out to bowl Pradeep. Big shot for the intent was to go for the big shot, but couldn't get the connection that he's looking for. As both Ponsubash and Pradeep were trying to contain things under control. Well, we've been speaking about this as well. With this evolution, showing intent is the only way of approaching this game. That was always been the criticism. Good stop from the fielder. As in Test cricket, you will be given to bowl 40 overs, 30 overs. In ODI, you will be bowling 10 overs. You will be getting much time to set the batter to pick the wicket. But whereas in T20, you have to bowl just 24 balls. And within just 24 balls, how could a bowler show his worth? Especially if the batter is swinging their bats here and there. Goes over the bowler's head. And seems to be pretty relaxed with that intent, as he knows it's going to go for the boundary. Beautiful shot. And that's a much needed boundary at this point of time from Akash DK. He's the only batter fighting right from the beginning of this innings. This is an extra flighted delivery which offers him a length to go for the boundary. That's been taken granted. and places it at one of the most safest areas on the ground. And this is where it all happened over there. There have been this criticism have started spreading that this particular format of the game is not healthier for the fast bowlers and spinners, especially the spinner community will be dying soon. That was the expectation. But when you time travel, look at the way how spin have got its evolution. We got Rashid Khan, we got Sunil Narain, we got CV Varun. Many spinners have started adapting themselves to this format and changed their game completely. The way how the spin bowling was approached have been changed completely. So you could survive with spin bowling in T20 format. You could survive with fast bowling in T20 format. Though this doesn't work for the conventional approach, this doesn't work for the traditional bowlers. The one who adapts a different formula, the one who is ready to change themselves and change their style for this format will eventually see the success as a bowler especially. Oh, another one misses. Quicker one behind as the slip fielder tried his best to catch it, but unfortunately it goes quick. Just misses down over that. 12 gets completed, 64 for 3. This was that opportunity. You can't even call that opportunity. It's very quick. Though the slip fielder had the presence of mind, he couldn't get closer to the ball. 64 for 3 after 12. Subash with the ball. A cheeky one to the point direction. This combo is going to give enough damage to the batting unit as long as Akash and Sai Akash stays conscious to not let that happen. Big shot through the covers. This is beautiful stroke making from Sai Akash. It seems he's very good at playing the spinners. An extra flight at delivery. But I was thinking about long on or long off, but this man had his choice. The moment he saw that length, he chose his area. Beautiful stroke making that is. This turns out to be a wonderful stuff over there. Another one through the covers. 2 is the call. And that eventually turns out to be a boundary as well. Back-to-back boundaries from Sai Akash, which unsettles the bowler. Subash was enjoying his form. He's enjoying his line and length. Now, after conceding a couple of boundaries, this is going to be short pressure for him. Fuller length outside the off stump that's been driven through the covers. A grounded stroke making this time from Sai Akash. So one knows how to play the spinner, especially with his footwork and choice of shot selection. This is going to be a pressure for Rising Jawans Cricket Academy. This is much better one. Much better length from Subash, as everything seems to be quite good under control with the way how he's attacking the batters. For just one to finish things off. 72 for 3. Strong shots from the wicket keeper. There's no chance of that being given out. Dot ball to end the over. That's 13 gets completed. 72 for 3. New bowler into the attack. A left armer straight away comes in. As we could clearly see with the energy that he is bringing onto the game, there have been plenty of spinners, especially with the left arm spinner. When a left arm spinner comes in, the delight starts. Especially if the left arm spinner does well. Droop at the new bowler. Now the role will be pretty simple for Akash DK. Just rotate the strike and give it back to Sai Akash. Let him take care of the spinners. We'll bat after the 25th over. But that's a very good idea. As long as Akash DK stays in the crease, this is going to be an added advantage for Old Monk CC. Much better one with slight bit of change of pace. Not letting Sai Akash to score boundary on the offside. As you could also see the wagon wheel of Sai Akash. The first ball he pulled at the deep square leg region, which was an invitation. There's not much effort at stroke making, but the other two came through the covers. He's very good at playing offside, especially against leg spinner and left arm spinner. So it's better to bowl onto the stump line without showing much pace to Sai Akash. That's another wonderful running between the wickets from Sai Akash. Pulls it away one more time. Similar kind of delivery, similar kind of mistake. Another misfield which offers boundary to Sai Akash, and this is not happening for the first time. The first ball of Sai Akash also went for boundary for a different bowler. Seems it was Pon Subhash if I'm not wrong. Look at that. He comfortably pulls it away. There is a fielder, but no use. That's the problem here. Single to end the over. It's 14 gets completed. 80 for 3. Oh, that's a dropped opportunity. One more time, one more chance was put down. Will not be happy with that, Pon Subhash. Obviously, it's been a quick shot. Look at that. But still, there is an opportunity as the covers fielder. No need to move anywhere. It's easily landing into his hands. Miscommunication. Directed over there. You have to wait for the decision of on-field umpire. Says not out anyway. That's a wonderful running between the wickets from Akash DK. He was the one who called for the single. These are little nuances the batter should learn. For this, the batter should not give call. The non-striker should give call as the danger end is for him. So he should decide whether to take that single or not. That's what happened here. Akash DK decided for that single and Sai Akash cooperated with him. Much better one from Pon Subhash. Akash DK will keenly focus on to rotate the strike as Sai Akash is doing really well against spinners. There's one other misfield over there. This was the little margin for error where you have to be well controlled with your approaches. This ease out the pressure from the batter's head. The kind of hard work put on by the bowlers will eventually be went in vain. Will just be a single over there to end this over. 15 gets completed. It's 84 for 3. '84 for 3. Halfway through the first innings, Akash DK and Sai Akash were building up this partnership with Akash DK 38 of 48, with Sai Akash 23 of 17. Especially with the arrival of Sai Akash, this partnership gets better. As you've seen, Akash DK was struggling to get the right partnership to be done in action. Now he's finally getting the partner he's looking for. Sai Akash, with his gutsy approach, is taking the game moving forward. Change of end here. Drupad continues to play. There is this huge chance for left arm spinners to do well. But the length is the problem here. I think they're bowling two fuller lengths. This doesn't let the batters to stretch themselves to move forward. The length itself is pushing themselves to go for the drive. A little alteration in the length might be working well for them. That alteration is not working as I've expected. Another one, low full toss this time. So these were actually waste of a good ball. You are bowling those low full toss and so-called Yorker or the fuller length, which is not going to help them out to feel the pressure. Make them feel the pressure with the right length in action. He's having good rhythm. The revolution looks better. But this is the problem. So far we've seen all these three balls being put on as a low full toss and fuller length delivery. He's bowling diagonal round the wicket. Drupat. Much better one. Still a better connection as that goes for the maximum. He just checks that shot. Look at the timing. As you could clearly see, the intention was not to go for the sixer. He just checked the shot, but it was a very good timing. Sai Akash is a very good player of spin. Even not with the footwork, but he's eventually reaching out to the length of the ball. His hands were really good against the spinners. Oh, another better shot, as this time it goes for boundary. A back of good length being tried by Drupat, as Sai Akash stayed into the back foot and punches it on top of the ball, that you could clearly see on the picture. Slower delivery, had a bit of turn, places it as late as possible. Twist in the tail here from Sai Akash. They were expecting that they could get a couple of wickets after taking the third wicket, but this man came out of picture. Oh, that is an expensive over. 14 runs coming off that over. It's 98 for 3. Catches the call, but nobody could get closer to the ball, and this is not the first time it's happening, as it goes for boundary anyway. That brings up 100 up here for Old Monks Easy as well. They won the toss, they had decided to bat first, lost a couple of wickets, but now in a great position, especially with these stroke makings. The Wagon wheel seems to be clear. He overran. Oh my god. Elamugil feels disappointed. But one thing is pretty clear, that all the shots he played were through the covers and long off. Covers and long off. Bowl onto the stump line without compromising on your length. Maybe that's where you could get this wicket of Sai Akash. There you could see he's not that good at playing on the onside at the front foot. 2 boundaries scored on the onside came as a misfield and a pull shot at the deep square leg region. So don't let him to play the pull shot, and don't let him to play it through the covers or offside. You could eventually win the battle against Sai Akash. That's where you can stop these batters from scoring runs, and that you could see 2 batters, 2 different journeys. Akash 40 of 50 balls and Sai Akash 40 of 23, and you can't rate one innings. Akash DK took up the responsibility. He was there whenever the team was under pressure. He was there whenever the team was in crisis, scored a couple of boundaries. Whereas Sai Akash came in when he had a set partner with him. That set partner still travelling with him. So it's more of a comfort thing for Sai Akash to bat with that responsibility. But it's very hard being Akash DK. So this is pretty clear. He's not good at playing at the onside. Letting him to play on the onside is a very good key to pick wickets. And Akash DK will also be dangerous as long as the game proceeds. Oh, much better one with his length. They were bowling a couple of good balls, but that is not continuing out to the next ball. That's the problem here. Still, there is a possibility of picking Sai Akash wicket if it is being bowled onto the stump line with a little bit of slowness on the condition, but not letting him to play it onto the back foot. Just put tick to all these three boxes. You could eventually get closer to his wicket. Big shot this time, steps out and reaches out the length of the ball. Proves me wrong, as he's good at playing on the onside as well. That's a maximum to finish things off. 17 gets completed, 1-1-2 for 3. Look at that shot. Stand and deliver. $112 for 3. Big shot that's high in the air, couldn't get the distance and finds the fielder's hands as well. Finally, something that's been expected. Gokul does no mistake at long off. A long fought innings from Akash DK is coming to an end. That's a tremendous innings anyway, 42 of 52. It's a flighted delivery from Pradeep. Length was really good. That's where the difference comes in. The length was good and finally no mistakes. You've seen a couple of misfields and drop catches, but this time it's a very good catch taken at the deep. 1-1-2 for 4 it is. Madan Shaktivel, the new batter, comes in at number 6. One among the most expected batters to perform. Having 13 overs to bat on, Madan Shaktivel could also set himself up for the next 4 to 5 overs. Then he could eventually shift up the gears for the next level. But as of what we've seen so far, Sai Akash have already shifted up his gears, not worrying about the entire 30 overs. He's trying to show some aggression, and this is really good. The way how he set himself with the god, with the likes of Kieran Pollard, who used it to hit bails like this before the lightning stumps was introduced. As the introduction of lightning stumps made him to stop taking the bails out to get his god up. Gets himself well here, Madan Shaktivel. Pradeep, the new bowler. In fact, he was back into the attack after a couple of bowling. Oh, toss delivery straight away to the new batter. Many gifts given by the bowlers today. Welcoming new batters with the bang-on delivery. Short ball to Sai Akash and tossed up delivery to Madan Shaktivel. He got off the mark straight away with that single. But now this is going to be interesting. Pradeep, a wicket-taking bowler, who's doing really well with his length against a set bowler against spinners. Much better one, not that good with running between the wickets. Sayakash must be very careful against bowlers like Pradeep. Though he was very good against left arm spinners and leggies like Ponsubash, this is a different bowler. Oh, short ball, gifted delivery. And that's been taken with good control for the boundary. Sayakash gets his boundary and moves to 50. As it's 50 up here for Sayakash. 51 of 27 balls, 7 boundaries and 2 sixes with a strike rate of 188. Kudos to his batting intent. He was in when the team was in crisis. Straight away started scoring boundaries. Similar kind of shot, in fact. It's the same shot he scored in the first ball of his innings. A pull shot which offered him that boundary. That's what exactly happened now as well. A wonderful innings and tremendous stroke making, especially through the covers, long off and square leg. These are the three regions where Sayakash focused much. It's not about short third man, it's not about point direction. Not much on the onside with one sixer at the long on. Dot ball to end the over. Just 6 runs coming off this over and a wicket. 1 on 8 for 4. There you could see the bowling card. 3 bowlers completed 4 overs. Ponsubash, Gokul James and Krishna Sai. Rest of the bowlers are being shuffled up in the middle. 1 on 8 for 4. Back into the attack, Ponsubash. After breaking the partnership, but that is still the danger man is on. Sayakash, who was treating the spin bowlers the punishment they need. Not at all a request for the good balls as well. Sayakash was very good against spinners. Maybe change of pace might be a very good option against him. Much better one from Ponsubash. Couldn't stop that going for single. But this is interesting to watch out for with the way how this partnership is going to build. Back on strike, Madan Shaktivel. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection. But this is eventually adding up more pressure. Sayakash is very good at playing spinners. But Madan Shaktivel is near to the crease. He have to take himself in control before taking up or shifting up any gears. The intent seems to be impressive, but there is no chance of them getting that single over there. These are getting closer. Couple of dot balls in this over. Another one, flighted delivery. Madan Shaktivel is struggling to rotate the strike. This is also tempting him to go for the big shot. There comes the problem. Finally through the covers. Turns out to be just a single. With already single in this over. This is just 2 runs coming off this over. Single to end the over. That's 121 for 4. Continues out to bowl Pradeep with just 10 more overs in hands. This is the most crucial phase of this game where things might go anywhere. This might go into the wrong direction to stop themselves scoring runs on the board, or this might be a shift up gears as well. Madan Shaktivel is taking his own time to tackle the spinners out there, which is also an impressive sign for him. Seems like they've been preserving the left arm spinners for the other end, as this end is a little closer to the batters to go for the sixer. So we might see the left arm spinner in action. That's high in the air. Fielder comes in, and that is a dropped opportunity. Not the first time it's happening today. Plenty of mistakes out there from rising Jawans Cricket Academy, especially on a big day, a special occasion. This is not a league phase. This is not a semi-final. This is a final where you shouldn't lose much opportunities. But here there have been plenty of margin for error. If you go down and sit back on what went wrong today, there have been plenty of reasons waiting out for you. Oh, we dropped that catch, we missed this ball, we bowled a lot of full toss, we given this much gift to the batters. So all these things puts together pushes out us from the game. But anyway, the next over brings us the change. That will also brings us the change in the bowling attack. Big shot, catches the call again, but this time it goes over the bowler's head for the maximum. Madan Shaktivel finally gets a connection of his switch hit that he was looking for a very long time. Just turns in advance, and that is a very good stroke making, where that is a fielder still had no chance to stop that, going for sixer. 130 for 4. In fact, one more to complete this over. They might be bringing out the cop character. Dot ball to end the over. That's 20 gets completed. 130 for 4. Now last 10 overs in action. 130 for 4 already. Change of wind as well. They might be bringing on the key bowler, especially the left arm spinners in the action from this end, the open end. Seems like Ilamugil back into the attack. He seems to be unstoppable, Sai Akash, anyway. Onto the backward, couldn't get much control over there. Letting the ball to come in and punch it over through the covers will be a very good option against such balls. The more slower he bowls, the more least the possibilities of us scoring runs on the board. Gets his guard over there. Madan Shaktivel in the same in. this end as well with the same Pollard kind of style. Goes over the bowler's head. Beautiful shot that turns out to be. This shows his bottom hand dominance, Madan Shaktivel. He had that confidence. He was not at all moving for that. It's been a slight short delivery. It was not that useful to go against or to go over the bowler's head. But this man had muscled it for boundary. So they get the right partners at every interval of time. The wicket of Akash DK have created a huge expectation towards rising Javans, but this partnership one more time, Sai Akash and Madan Shaktivel, have turned out to be one more good partnership to look out for. This doesn't work in the way how we are looking at these changes. Swings it, couldn't get the control that he is looking for. .136 for 4 with just 2 more to complete this over. Ilamugil is having good control over there. Pulls it away. That seems to be a huge shot. Got the distance as well, as it goes for a maximum. Every over we could see a maximum coming on his way. This is a beautiful batting display that adds a couple of runs on the board and 30 quick runs together between these two batters. Look at the number. It was not that easy shot to find the boundary ropes, but this one went way away from the boundary ropes. 142 for 4 after 21. A risky one that moves away from the batter. The more you get the turn, Madan Shaktivel is having a bit of distraction, but this is looking out to be really good for Sai Akash. But the irony is that he didn't face the fast bowler right from the beginning of his innings. He came against the spinner. He's still facing spinner. He's good at playing spinners. I think this is where the captain missed the loophole. Should have tried a fast bowler in the middle against Sai Akash. That's a beautiful shot and gets the distance as well. Moves across and places it out of the park from Madan Shaktivel. But this one was a different length altogether. As you could clearly see, he was moving across, and not a good length this time. It's a fuller length, which is more than enough for him to dispatch it away from the ground. Sixer every over. This is a champion performance on a big final from Old Monk CC. Not having much margin for error, though there have been a bit of catch opportunities that's been put down by the fielders. They'll be worrying for that. Whatever misfields, whatever catches being dropped, they've already conceded 20-30 runs extra with those drop catches and misfields. Rising Jawans must be feeling disappointed with this. But this quality comes with an international cricketer like Sai Akash. Sai Akash is a Devonham cricketer representing Team India. If I'm not wrong, he is the vice captain of the side. So there we are presenting you the vice captain of Indian cricket team, Devonham, is also playing a tournament in white jersey. Big shot goes over the bowler's head. This is another big shot from the bats of Sai Akash, as that comes in style from him. Not the first time, not the second time. We've seen plenty of times today he's playing such beautiful shots. Just times it over the bowler's head. And this goes miles of distance. You hit, I hit. Madan Shaktivel and Sai Akash dealing it with maximums. Slices it behind. Looking out to be clueless here. Rising Jawans Cricket Academy couldn't find ways to break this partnership. Though they break the partnership, the other batter scores well. They broke the partnership. They sent Akash to pavilion, but Madan Shaktivel came out of picture. And that's why this magic comes in. Good try from the fielder. Anyway, this is a rare sign today from Rising Jawans. This kind of intents turning out to be just a single. But finally turned out to be another single over there. A lethargic approach and an overthrow costed them another single. 2 runs to finish things off. 22 gets completed, 158 for 4. Vignesh UV, the new bowler, comes into the attack. Straight away there is a change in bowling. But one more time we are watching a spinner in action. I appreciate... Oh, what a catch! What a catch it is! A dramatic way to dismiss the batter finally. We were expecting Sai Akash to make it to the triple digit number, but this is a phenomenal catch. It was that big shot. It met in the middle of the blade. He didn't even got a second opportunity. Look at that, microseconds to grab that catch. Vignesh UV came in and broke the partnership. The big fish is gone. Short ball, and that's been pulled down to the mid-wicket fielder's hands. That is taken. Another good catch. At the final phase of this innings, Rising Javans Cricket Academy have started grabbing the balls, and the balls have started landing onto the hands. This is another dramatic finish. Back-to-back wickets here for Vignesh UV. As this was the replay we are looking out. Good shot anyway, and the fielder was confused, came forward finally. At the second chance, he grabbed that catch. Jaya walks back to the pavilion without scoring. 163 for 6 it is. Looks out to be a good number. 12 more runs, you could eventually reach the pair score. But there is more expectations towards 200 too. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the control that he's looking for. That's a very good left for the batter as it goes for wide ball. The wicket offers something for the batters. The more patient you are, much better you could score runs on the board. Using spinners will provide you wickets, as well as using spinners against a quality batter will be a challenge. Sai Akash came out of syllabus. The rest of the batters did well against the medium pacers, but the only batter did well against spinners is Sai Akash. He came out of syllabus today. Squeezes it between the point fielders. 2 is the call. As they're converging together, will be a couple of runs on the board. And this is the destination that they got as a result. In fact, even before Jaya College, it all started over there with Ali Muhammad College. That's where this journey started for White Jersey. With a lot of distractions, with a lot of troubles and challenges that they face in this journey, now finally conducting their 100th cricket tournament with the ground that they made on a rented base have been a huge success story to watch out for. Now the good over coming to an end. Continues to bowl Sai with a bit of cross-batted attempt as Madan Shaktivel slows himself down for the last 3 overs. It seems the possibilities of 200 seems to be quite strong. Couldn't get much control over that. 2 is the call. That's an overrun. This is also not the first time we are watching today. There have been plenty of other times we've seen the fielders overrun and missing the ball as it went for boundary. This is very unfortunate for Rising Jawans Cricket Academy to see such misfields happening out there. That's high in the air, catches the call. As it fell short of the fielder, anyway will be just a single. But good thing is that the boundary count is getting low. The run rate is going down after the wicket of Sai Akash. That's a very good sign for them. But yet he didn't enough damage in the past. Still they could eventually score 200 plus. Will be a good score to watch out for. Goes over the bowlers at this time, and that's been hammered by Madan Shaktivel, as both long on and long off will be just watching that going for boundary. This was that shot we've been speaking about. It's been the right length for the batter, not for the bowler. Look at that invitation kind of length, which is more than enough for him to go over the bowler's head. Tremendous stroke making from Madan Shaktivel is taking up that responsibility. Slowly 10 runs coming off this over already. Another good one. The sound says it all. But there is a man in deep, will be just a single. Cheeky one to get a couple of runs on the board. Good stop from the fielder, not going for the boundary anyway. With that too, it will be 13 runs coming off this over. 184 for 6. Oh, much better length, as Vignesh UV is trying to bowl a Yorker straight away, which doesn't let the batters to score boundaries that easily. It's phenomenal change that Vignesh UV came late to the party, but somehow joins the battle of picking wickets as well as stopping the batters from scoring runs on the board. Broke the partnership, picked up 2 wickets, one after the other, especially with that catch of Sai Akash. He earned those wickets, Vignesh UV. Now that restricts the batters. In fact, Olma could have scored 200 plus at this point of time if Sai Akash was batting. It all comes with an effort of Vignesh UV, and he's still there. As Madan Shaktivel is changing his hat and wearing helmet. His protection matters a lot. With the last 23 balls to finish things off, you have to score whatever that you're planning to be set as the end total. Charged up delivery. This is lucky one as Madan Shaktivel places to the fine leg region and nobody standing at the deep to stop that. The ball itself, it's eventually stopping down there. Will be a couple of runs on the board. Madan Shaktivel was expecting that to be an appeal for no ball, but that seems to be pretty genuine delivery. Big shot, catch is the call, and that is taken. Wonderful catch taken at the long on. Not an easy one. This is flat and quick. But Madan Shaktivel somehow being dismissed. The man himself got the breakthrough again. Vignesh UV broke the partnership, took 2 set batters. Oh, this is a wonderful story. Should have came a little early to stop them scoring runs on the board. Anyway, that's a wonderful catch taken by the long on fielder. 186 for 7 it is.
சாப்பிட்டீங்களாடா?
108. 186 for 7 as the new batter came in straight away. Daniel Raj, the newbie, comes in at number 9. We've been speaking about the intent by the lower middle order batters, or the one who comes in at number 8, 9, 10 or 11 will also be having something to say with the bat, will also be having some potential with the bat. That's why the shuffling in the batting lineup have been quite normal in this level of cricket. A cheeky approach, but the bails were off, as that's wicket number 4 for Vignesh Yuvi. Aditya tried to play a paddle sweep that went out of his favour. This is turning out to be a success story of Vignesh Yuvi. Look at that. Look at that. This is poor shot selection, especially with the head position. Head position matters a lot for shots. 187 for 8. Aditya walks back to the pavilion. Ponnivalavan Nadarajan, the new batter, comes in at number 10, a left-handed batter. But this is such a wonderful spell. The scoreboard should be around 220 or 210s, but it's 187 to give any extras, not to give any overthrows. As if they pick a couple of wickets, those 2 wickets, they could eventually stop them from scoring 200. Anything less than 200 will be easy one for rising Javans with the kind of batting ability they're having. Oh, misfield. This is what I've been mentioning about. Misfields at least should be stopped at this level. They've did enough today. As that got a couple of runs on the board as well. Ponnivalavan Nadarajan. The wagon wheel seems to be at the point direction. Look at that. This time it's through the covers as the fielder chases down the ball as it goes for boundary. A much needed boundary at this point of time. One more time, it's a proof that number 9 batter, number 10 batter could also score boundaries in the crucial phase of the game. There is no such thing called tail ending. Look at that. Tremendous stroke making. 196 for 8 now. The possibilities of 200 is also getting closer. Strong shouts. That seems to be not given out, and this gets extra runs. Mistakes everywhere that cost them that easy single. It's 9 runs already with 1 more to complete this over. That's high in the air, catches the call, but he didn't try to go closer to the ball, as it turns out to be just a single. 198 for 8 it is after 28 overs. Swing and a miss, strong shouts, but no chance of that being given out, as that seems to be quite good under control. Continues off to bowl Vignesh UV. Will he end his last over of today? Will he end up with a 5-4? Strong shouts. Not given by the on-field umpire. This is getting closer. This is getting tensed. Despite of the numbers, despite of the situation, there is this individual milestonic mindset as well. Expecting him to get a 5-4. He did that. He had his hard work. Catches the call, but that goes comfortably over the point fielder's hands. That reaches up the 200 up here for Old Monk CC. Psychologically good total. That's 202. This is really good. That there shouldn't be any hope until you finish things completely. Good batting from Daniel Rodge. Was not having any fear on this bowler. He picked up 4 wickets, but anyway he's having his gutsy approach, Daniel Rodge. And that's where the modern day cricket is getting its rise. That he can't go with the reputation of a cricketer. Much better one from Vignesh UV. Yet no signs of this becoming a wicket as it's getting closer. 2 to finish this over. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the control that he is looking for. Just a boundary came in this over. The rest of the balls were being bowled a dot ball. No chance of a 5-4 for Vignesh UV. Yet it was a wonderful spell so far. 4 wickets and 14 runs. Those are 4 crucial wickets. Anyway, that earns something for Rising Jawans Cricket Academy. 203 for 8 after 29 overs. Gokul James to bowl the last over. Oh, that's clean bowl. Hit the off stump. Wonderful line and length over there with Gokul James with a bit of skidding on conditions. That set the tone for this wicket. Daniel Rodge was not expecting that hitting on top of the off stump. Oh, exceptional performance. 203 for 9 it is. As Daniel Rodge, the batter, being dismissed and walking back to the pavilion. With the last batter, the final number 11 batter walks into the crease. With 5 balls in hands, 1 wicket in hands. Gokul James with the ball. Second wicket for him anyway. Asim came into the crease straight away. Number 11 batter. Still there is a possibility of them making it to 220s. Or might be ending this year. Raghav V, the number 11 batter. As this gets a stone for this game. Much better one as he glides it to the final crease and nobody standing at the deep will be eventually going for boundary. Gets off the mark with the boundary straight away. This is not the right line to bowl on to a new batter, especially to the number 11 batter. Look at that. It just guides the ball and the rest will be taken care by the pace and outfield. 7 bowlers so far today, with Krishna Sai completing his spell of 6 overs. The rest got to bowl 5 overs. Pon Subhash 5 overs. Pradeep 5 overs. Vignesh UV got to bowl only 4 overs as he came late to the party. Elamugil 2 overs, Drupath 2 overs, Pradeep 5 overs, and Gokul James is bowling a 6th over. He's been one among the pick of the bowlers for sure. Oh, this is unfortunate. This is unfortunate. A run by is offered them couple of runs on the board. Seems like this seems to be the boundary. We gotta wait for the on-field umpire's decision anyway. That's been given by. Look at that. This is where it happened. Oh, that seems to be the boundary. This is very unfortunate. One guided by the batter, the other went as a base. Even after picking wicket in the first ball, that doesn't provide much impact in terms of stopping the batters. Bit of miscommunication on where to throw the ball, as the non-striker was almost halfway through the strikers in. Anyway, that's the last ball of this over. 2 for 34 from Gokul James, 211 for 9. All Monk CC. Albino white ball season number 3 finals. All Monk CC have won the toss, decided to bat first. And in response, this is the end total here, as that turns out to be wicket number 10. One more wicket falls in the last ball of this over. Good last over from Gokul James despite of 2 boundaries went, unfortunately. This turns out to be 211 for 10 at the end of 30 overs from Old Monk CC. Been a tremendous batting display from Akash DK, Sai Akash and Madan Shaktivel. These 3 were the batters to be watched out for. And with the ball, we've seen a couple of good bowlers doing really well. Krishna Sai, economical, 6 overs 39. Gokul James, 6 overs 34 for 2. Wonderful numbers. Pansubash, 5, 22 for 1. Pradeep picked up a wicket but conceded more runs, 5 overs 47 runs. And Vignesh UV, the man to look out for. With the bat it is Sai Akash, and with the ball it is Vignesh UV, 4 overs 14 for 4. That stopped the batters from scoring runs on the board. 20 to 25 runs short for sure from Old Monk CC. It's 212 required to win this game for Rising Jawans Cricket Academy. Can they be able to pull this off? Let's wait and watch. right into the second innings. As Daniel Arch, the opener here. In fact, he's with the ball today. As we could clearly see, there have been a huge difference among the run rate that been maintained today. The highest target being chased in the tournament is 238 and the lowest is 174. This is in between both the totals. There is still a possibility. It's still a 50-50 game. We have seen the track record of the Rising Jawans Cricket Academy. They've been phenomenal with that journey. But today it's going to be different anyway. That you have to look at the way how Rising Javans batted so far in the tournament. They had such tremendous numbers out there. Especially while chasing, they have chased down a target of 155. They have chased down a target of 168. But they have never chased a target of 200 plus. The only time they have given target of 200 plus was against August 11, in which they have eventually lost the game. Though they have been aggressive batting intense side, we didn't saw much of runs being scored by them while chasing. Krishna Sai opens the innings along with Vicky with the bat, and with the ball Daniel Raj opens the innings. Slips in position, punches it through the covers as it fell short of the fielder. Straight away attacking intent from Krishna Sai, as they clearly know that this is going to be a challenging target as time goes. 212, not a regular day at work for them. We didn't see much of such high targets being chased so far in this tournament, but history can sometimes be created. This is wonderful bowling action. The style in which he delivers is impressive to watch out for. Daniel Raj is having a wonderful bowling action, and that high arm release is not letting the batters score easily. It's really impressive to watch out for. The one into the back foot, couldn't get the control. Beautiful line, beautiful length, and beautiful batting as well from Krishna Sai. He's not taking any risk that need not to be done at this point of time. Orcus 11 have chased a target of 238 against Portland CC. That's the highest target being chased down. But apart from that, whenever the target... that catches the call. But that's been landing far away from the fielder, that eventually gets into the boundary ropes as well, as Krishna Sai gets off the mark with the boundary. But this time it's been a slight bit of change of line and bit of movement as well from Krishna Sai. Not a good shot to play, but in power play, when you have all the fielders inside the circle, why can't take that risk, which offers you a boundary as well. Orcus 11 have chased a target of 200 plus twice in this tournament, but no other side have chased down a target of 200 plus. Catches the call, and that is taken. Easy dismissal, that is. Krishna Sai will never be happy with that. His intent would be to go for the big shot. He wanted to be busy, and that itself became the weapon to take his wicket. Look at that. Way outside the off stump. With a change of pace, good field positioning that they had sweeper cover. No need of any movement for him. Good catch taken. 4 for 1. Daniel Raj gets the breakthrough. New batter comes into the crease. And this is a positive start in the new ball. Pranav Devi, the new batter, comes in at number 3, averaging 26.16. Sometimes number doesn't speak the complete caliber of a batter. We may yet to see a different dimension of a batter. But anyway, today it's pretty much important for them to show such class with the way how Sai Akash did. Along with Akash and Madan Shaktivel, 3 batters together changed the fate of this innings. That innings. Okay. Well left. This is wonderful first over from Daniel Lodge coming to an end. That's 4 for 1 after 1. Sriram with the ball. Vicky to face his first ball. 5 for 1. When speaking about 200 plus targets, 11 times teams posted 200 plus runs in this tournament, out of which only 2 times the target have been chased. Oh, that gets the edge and the catch is taken. Beautiful catch. That's a glorious breakthrough to watch out in the new ball. As a cricket viewer, as a cricket expert, or anybody you are, this is the brand of cricket that you love to watch. Look at that. Quicker one, gets thickish edge, and a spectacular catch. With that rolling, takes us back to those 90s era. 5 for 2 it is as Vicky the batter being dismissed. And now rising Javans are under pressure. Checking back to that catch one more time. Look at that. This is not an easy one. It was very quick. And the way how he followed through after taking that catch is impressive. Good work done by Akash DK. Five for 2. Gokul James, the new batter, comes in at number 4. As we've been speaking about this thing particularly, with the way how this new ball brings in breakthrough, as both the fast bowlers started taking breakthroughs, this is a positive sign here for Old Monk CC. And also speaking about chasing targets, 200 plus in 30 overs match in the tournament, 11 times teams have posted more than 200 runs, and out of which only 2 times the target is being chased. Surprisingly, both the times it was Orcas 11 who have chased down the target. So only Orcas 11 was the side chased 200 plus targets twice in the tournament, and nobody have chased 200 plus targets in this tournament. 9 for 0 it is. 9 times 200 plus being scored and the targets were defended. This is also a positive sign for Old Monk CC. Gets edge. Oh my god. The margin for error is very, very high. Ball after ball, we are having this expectation for a wicket. This is exceptional to watch out for, making the batters to fear on losing wickets. With two new batters, there is a lot more to be expected right from here. Gully in position. In fact, now second slip is being placed. Two slips with backward point in place. That is the third man as well. Oh, that is well left. This is interesting stuff to watch. It takes us back to those Test cricket era where Rahul Dravid will be standing at the slips and the batters will be very conscious while throwing their bats. This improves the confidence of old monks. Look at the vibe and energy they are having. As they're having this positivity, their bowlers were delivering it at the right regions. And one more fielder in that list. 3 slips now. Oh my god. I'm really enjoying this brand of cricket. The beauty is that Sriram is bowling at the right areas. He's having 3 slips and confidently he's bowling right areas. He's not letting the batters to pull it away. He's not letting the batters to flick it away. A pure cricketing drama in front. That doesn't assure you any winning signs, but so far it's been psychologically impactful. Now this pushes the batter to go for one big shot so that the slips will be off. Oh my god. That still gets completed. This is really good stuff to watch out for. 6 for 2. That was such a wonderful over out there from. Now Daniel Raj continues out to bowl. Speaking about this slip fielders being new, sometimes it confuses the batter's mindset as well. That you could clearly see with the way how Pranav Devi batted. When they put slip fielders in position, your mind will think about that slip fielder. So there are 3 slip fielders. Slip is just one position out of among this 360 degree. You can score it fine leg, you can score it at covers, point. But the moment the bowler sets 3 slip fielders, you start thinking that you might get edge, you might land the ball there. Good stop from the fielder, excellent stop, saves the boundary. And that mindset itself pushes you under pressure. What if I get an edge? What if I lose my wicket? That you eventually get that edge, you eventually lose that wicket. That's what happens. And that's why it's been psychological approach was done by Ishwar. With this psychological approach, making the batters to fear of getting edge, which leads them to get that edge. Swing and a miss, cutting at the control that he is looking for. But Gogol James is having different approach comparing to Pranav Devi. We have to speak a lot about the psychological approach and Ishwar gets back. But as of now, Daniel Raj is having a slight bit of extra movement. It's swinging really well, the outswinger. Cheeky one, much better one. Change of line offered them the single. Now Pranav Devi back on strike. Now this is going to be real drama to watch out for. Oh my god. He's struggling, Pranav Devi. His mindset is at the slip fielders. His fear of losing wickets. That itself is making sure that he plays at the slip region. He's opening his bat. He's trying to get that edge. He's not looking at the gap zones. He's not relaxing his mind. This is a danger sign for Pranav. Much better one. Much better one this turns out to be. But the more you focus on scoring runs, attacking cricket will be helpful here. 7 for 2. That's a maiden from In fact, the just single run came off that over of Daniel Raj. Will surely be Ishwar back on to the attack. I'm sorry, Sriram back onto the attack. Now this is going to be the real challenge to new batter, to the other batter. In fact, Gokul James on strike. It's not Pranav this time. 2 slips in position for Sriram. Punches it to the sweeper cover. Will be just a single that brings strike back to Pranav. But this used it to happen. Oh my god, these were unfortunate, as that overthrow earns a couple of runs on the board. Would have never expected this, Sriram. Things were going really good. They were picking up wickets, but unfortunately these things were easing off the pressure. 3 runs. This is very unfortunate. You can never go over there. It's more of a disciplined batting style from Pranav H. Devi, making me to remind of Rahul Dravid's style as well. Anyway, gets off the mark with a single, Pranav finally, after getting 6 dot balls. But it's still turning out to be a threatening approach over there from Sriram. That there is still a possibility of this getting feather of a bat and eventually make the batter to walk back to the pavilion. Pulls it away. Pulls it in front of square. That comes in style from the batter. Goes for boundary. Gokul James eases the pressure out straight away now. And I don't see this the right length to bowl. Look at that. When you have 2 slips, will you bowl such lengths? Especially when you don't have fielders in that region. Poor approach from Sriram. He was doing really well in his previous over. That's why 3 slip fielders came in action when he bowled outside the off stump with a slight bit of movement and quick pace. But now a back off length straight away into the body line. Slight bit of pressure on Sriram now straight away, conceding 8 runs so far. With this wide, it turns out to be 9 runs in this over. This is really good raw praise from Sriram. The kind of pace in which he bowls is really impressive to watch. But now look at that, after conceding runs, straight away slips removed. He had 3 slips, now only having 1. That's where this magic comes in. The more you focus on the run rate, the more you focus on attacking cricket, you could eventually change the mindset of the bowler. You could eventually turn the bowler to work for you. Catches the call, but that beats the fielder, goes for maximum. Gokul James is unstoppable. Especially with this one, sets a tone for this chase. Just take back a look at that shot. It's been bowled way outside the off stump. And he's opening his pace bat and plays it in the air. And nobody is standing at the deep. There is a sweeper cover, but had no chance to get closer to the ball. That's 15 runs so far in this over. Oh, this time through the covers, goes for boundary to end the over. turning out to be an expensive one. 19 runs coming off the over, 26 for 2 after 4. This was that shot, back of length outside the off stump. Punishes it in front of square. Excellent stroke making. Daniel Raj continues out to bowl. With still an expectation, there is a gully in place and first slip in position. Oh, there's still a possibility that you could see the sign of expectation from Madan Shaktivel. They also designed the kind of dismissal they were expecting for. That's the beauty here. In white ball cricket, sometimes you will set the pressure and the batters will play some wrong shots. Might be a catch at point, might be a catch at mid wicket, but they want the wicket to be as an outside edge behind the stumps. Oh my god. Pranav must be very careful with his approaches. Pranav should start scoring runs on the board or to rotate the strike and give it back to the one who is doing really well, Gokul James. But he's not doing both. He's still showing the same fear and respect to each and every ball. Oh, gifted one. But unfortunately that didn't get any bat on that. Should have been a boundary anyway if it gets the bat on it. But speaking about this approach of respecting the bowler, sometimes when they get 2 wickets and they were looking for the other wicket having slips in gully, you can't respect that too much. That might end your story as well. This is good. Goes over the bowler's head. Doesn't get much connection over there. Still they prefer to get a couple of runs on the board, as that is excellent running between the wickets. So these kind of approaches might make the bowlers to think of the other field positioning. How comfortable he is having slips in gully. That should be changed. Straight away, the gully turned out to be the point fielder. Backward point fielder standing closer. But still this is turning out to be a risky one for Pranav Devi. Still there is a chance of him losing his wicket. Different movement. Much better one. And much better batting from Pranav Devi as well. This had a bit of angling in delivery. It's not a typical outswinger delivery. He read the ball really well, Pranav, and rotated the strike as well. That brings strike back to Gokul James, who's a set batter. Turned out to be a 19 runs destructive over against Sriram. Now to face his first ball of this over. Another beautiful shot that beats up the fielder comfortably. 2 is the call, as it eventually turns out to be a boundary as well. Another interesting stroke to finish things off. Not an easy one, to be very honest. This was being a full and delivery onto the pads. And he bends his knee and sweeps it away. There was a short square leg fielder, but anyway it goes over him. Turned out to be a wonderful boundary. 34 for 2. 34 for 2. With Sayakash, the new bowler, into the attack. Did really well with the bat. Scored 70 runs. Now with the ball. Not much better in control over there. Seems like a professional batter, Pranav Devi. Tucks in himself the way how he brings his bat. It has a class in itself, but still giving too much respect. Will never help you out in limited overs cricket, especially in white ball cricket. Could see the way how he's having his batting stance. Oh, this is very classic. Oh my god. But look at the result. The outcome is not providing. And the class won't add any numbers to the scoreboard. Let us be very honest about it. And all the bowlers are doing it really well. We've seen Olmark dealing it with spinners. Rising Jawans dealing it with spinners. Olmark is dealing it with fast bowlers, especially with good swinging bowlers. The kind of swing in which he bowls is really impressive to watch out for. It's moving away from the batter and doesn't let him to score runs on the ball. I think Pranav should have a chat with Gogul James. They should communicate with each other on what needs to be done. How can we rotate the strike and how can we do this better? As this is turning out to be an added pressure for him. Gokul James is having some words with Pranav anyway on his position itself. Pulls it away. Good that he could rotate the strike finally to bring it back to Gokul James. It's better to spend time at the non-striker's end for Pranav rather than being on strike for a couple of balls. It's better to rotate the strike one after the other rather than going for boundaries. There you could get the result he is looking for. Catch was the call as it beats up the mid-off fielder comfortably. Will be going for boundary. This man is unstoppable, Gokul James, anyway. As this time it was a fuller length delivery. In fact, a good length delivery mid-off inside the circle. You could see that clearly on the picture. Trying it to play as straight as possible will provide the results that you're looking for. That's how this gets things in control. We'll be keeping the strike back for the next over. Direct hit. It's 40 for 2 after 6. Subbu CJ with the ball. The skipper himself gets the ball finally. That's high in the air. Nobody standing at the deep. Will be just a boundary. A soft and simple stroke making, but earns the result that they're looking for. That's a warm welcome to the skipper with the ball. Finally, they're moving up with the spinners, it seems. Now the short delivery, not the right length to bowl on. That's where the problem lies in between. as this turns out to be back-to-back boundaries as well. As Subbu CJ is trying to bowl a flatter one, that's where the problem comes. Take back a look at this. He's not flighting it. He's bowling it as quick as possible. This lets the batter to stand and deliver. Not good sign here. The more you flight, the more you bowl flow. Look at that. This gets good control. This was done by the spinners of the first innings as well. Rising Jawans Cricket Academy spinners have tried to flight the ball well. That's where they started picking wickets. Rhythmic spin bowling must be that. That shouldn't be this short balls. Though this doesn't get the results, this is not going to be helpful for you. The more you bowl short balls, the more he gets better in the power play. Another short ball, another punishment as it eventually travels and reaches closer to the boundary ropes. One more boundary onto the numbers. As you could clearly see, the length is simple. Another short ball and another punishment as it eventually goes for the boundary. 50 up here for Javans Cricket Academy with that boundary. They were rising to the required total. Thickish outside edge as it travels closest between the fielders, and that eventually gets closer to the boundary ropes as well. Another boundary. That ends the over with that boundary as well. This time it's been though this was a slower delivery, this gets the edge that it requires, and short third man was standing wider, so it eventually reaches out the boundary ropes as well. 56 for 2 with that 16 runs over, 7 gets completed. Continues out to bowl Sai Akash. A cheeky one. Good work done by Pranav. He understood the combination now. Gokul James is doing his job, and let us spend some time with the non-strikers and enjoy all the actions as a viewer. That doesn't mean you're not contributing to the side. It's about the partnership. It's about the way how you play second fiddle. And world cricket, the second fiddle cricketers have always been underrated. But at the right time, they'll be critically acclaimed. The Sehwag Gambhir partnership with one playing the fiddle. Fiddle cricketers are always important. You should continue to rotate the strike to give it back to the set batter. That's why the game sets its tone. If something happens, Gokul James couldn't continue out of this innings, then it will be the responsibility of Pranav to shift up the gears. That's why the partnership works. The set batter get the maximum strike. Will be the right way of approaching a partnership. Oh, flicks it away. And that times out to be better as it reaches out the boundary ropes as well. That's a maximum from Gokul James. That 50 up here as well for him with that maximum. 50 up, just 22 balls, 8 boundaries and 2 sixes with a strike rate of 227. Tremendous performance from Gokul James. The team total is 63 and he scored a 50 out of it. This is such a Virendra Sehwag kind of batting stuff. That's a pickup shot. KL Rahul plays it really well. Similarly, what Gokul James does, you have to time it perfectly or else it will be an leading edge as well. Good call from Pranav as well. Now, all they have to focus on is to not to lose wickets. If Pranav doesn't lose wickets, striking rotate itself is okay. That's a very good gift to be given to Gokul James. If these two batters stand together for the next 10-15 overs, they could eventually get closer to the required target. could feel positioning that they're not letting Pranav to rotate the strike anyway. Now with one more to go, will Pranav try to rotate the strike or he'll be trying to go for the boundary? It's better to go for the boundary for Pranav, so that Gokul James will be starting the next over fresh. Pulls it away, goes over the mid-on fielder. Not much better timing, but anyway gets a result that he is looking for. Good batting from Pranav to finish. The thing I was expecting for, that's what he done. He had showed some intent to score boundary. Will be a couple of runs on the board anyway. Gokul James will be getting the strike back. 66 for 2. Subbu CJ continues to bowl. Pulls it away. 2 is the call from the batter. And that's a very good stop. We'll be getting 2 runs on the board. Good stop that they saved a couple of runs here. This is where the difference comes in. The rising Jawans Cricket Academy have lost a lot of runs through misfields and drop catches. If those were taken, the total would be around 180 or 190. Would have been less than 200. As things are turning out to be quite good under control. Rotating the strike and giving it back to Pranav. Pranav should try focusing on the onside. The entire onside is at the boundary ropes. Nobody is inside the circle. He could eventually rotate the strike. But this is much better from Pranav. He survived the tough situation. There was a time when he was struggling. There were clear signs of him losing wickets, but somehow survived that situation. Now trying to build this partnership. This is really good batting from Pranav Devi. Much better one this is turning out to be, as there have been a decent control over there as well. Change of pace. Good work done over there from Pranav Devi. 2 is the call. And they are satisfied with that single as well. Gokul James sends him back. 72 for 2 after 9. There you could see the batting card after losing early 2 wickets. Krishna Sai and Vicky. This duo is building the partnership really well. And it was a very good partnership. Much needed partnership for the 3rd wicket. .72 for 2. Change of bowler finally. Vetri, the new bowler, comes into the attack. He was the one who took the team out of crisis at tough situation, but unfortunately he couldn't make it a long innings. Oh, flights well, really well. This is really good to watch out for. Vetri, a typical left arm spinner with extra bit of flight. He's having that height that he's taking that as an advantage. That height factor will surely help him out to get more flight to deliver it high in the air. Oh, much better one. As that is how it used to be. Things are being taken with good control over there. Quite good under control with the way how it's being done. Trying to rotate the strike as well. This is really good with the way how he is bowling. The kind of pace in which he bowls is slowing things down. If you want to go for big shot, go with your own power. I'm not gonna give anything from my side. Oh, look at that. This is really good on from Vetri. Trying to stop the batters from scoring runs on the board, but stepping out would be a good option that Gogol James will also be looking forward to. Quick one, good one that he finished things off with a quick one. 5 runs coming off that over. 77 for 2 after 10. Another left arm spinner, Punyavalavan Nadrajan. The 2 left arm spinners from both the ends. This is a fresh phase from over 9 to maybe 15 or 16. This phase is going to be really challenging. Might be expecting some purchase as well from the bowlers. But one thing is pretty sure that they're having a set batter in control who's actually driving this game up front. Tossed up delivery, that's been punished high. And finds the fielder at the mid wicket as well. Has the partnership broken finally? That's what we've been speaking about. Two left arm spinners came in this phase. Straight away brought in the breakthrough. Ponni Velavan Natarajan with a full toss delivery dismisses Pranav. Pranav got tempted, in fact, after watching that full toss, but couldn't get the power that he's looking for. 78 for 3 as Pranav walks back to the pavilion. Chishwan, the new batter, comes in at number 5 and straight away gets off the mark with a single. Now this is going to be different pressure altogether, but for Jaiswan the big thing is that he's having a set batter which he can just stand at the non-striker end and watch all the actions, as this man knows when to shift up the gears. Gokul James should be left free from handling the pressure. Pulls it away, and that is a costly mistake, as it turns out to be a costly mistake and a boundary as well. Drops the catch of a set batter. He's at 58 of just 30 balls, so that's a full toss delivery again. Ponni Velavan should have broken the partnership. 2 wickets with full toss deliveries, but unfortunately the catch was not taken. He put down an easy sitter. Dot ball to end the over. Just 6 runs coming off the over. That's 83 for 3. Continues out to bowl. 2 left arm spinners. That's interesting stuff to watch out for. The more you use spinners, the more you trust on spinners, the more you define yourself as a cricket team. There are many gully cricketing captains you've seen doesn't trust on spinners, as spinners are considered as slow bowlers, not as spinners. So slow bowlers might be punished. So that fear will always be there on skippers. But only a very few skippers will believe in mind games. Will try using spinners to bring some magic in the innings. Much better one, having a turn that it requires to stop the batter from scoring runs on the board. This is really interesting to watch out for. But usually left-arm spinners use it to bowl over the wicket for the left-handed batter, extracting more turn to have him in good control. Choose the call from the batter as he is trying to run back for the second run as well. Excellent running between the wickets. These are much needed runs at this point of time, as long as the non-striker give tone for Gokul James. Jaswan will be expected to do such things. The more brave you are, the more better Gokul James could bat on. That is pretty much important. It's not even halfway. They have to score a lot more runs together. This is just the beginning of the chase. Good that he's trying to play for the turn. We might expect spinners to bowl for the next 10-15 overs to keep focusing on the wicket column. Just 3 runs coming off this over with 2 more to go. 86 for 3 it is. Oh, catches the call. Oh my god. That almost got the hands. This is the second time it's happening. He's a set batter. If somebody could change this game's fate, it could be Gokul James. And that's why these catches are being dropped. Must be very careful in terms of grabbing those catches as things are going out of the control. Intent to go for the Yorker. Strong shouts from the wicketkeeper as well. Shoes first or the bat first, we're not sure, but that's dot ball to end the over. Could clearly see 6 bowlers in action today. Daniel Raj, Sriram and Sai Akash with pace attack and 3 spinners together. Especially with the way how Vetri and Ponni Valavan were combined together, this duo might be travelling together for the next 4-5 overs. Continues off to bowl Ponni Valavan Natarajan. Oh, much better one. When a tall player becomes a spinner, that's the advantage. You need not to flight it much. Your height factor helps you out to extract good flight. A proper rhythmic delivery as a left arm spinner. That's why he couldn't go onto the back foot as well, Gokul James. The kind of length in which he bowls doesn't let the batters to go for back foot. If it was being bowled by a short bowler, the chance were very high to go onto the back foot. That's why the difference comes in for a tall bowler. Especially a tall spinner with jersey number 99 will always create a magic. One man who does that for past 15 years have announced his retirement. Ravichandran Ashwin is no longer be a part of CSK. He's trying to focus on the foreign leagues. That's what the plan it seems to be. And it was a wonderful journey out there for Ravichandran Ashwin as a spinner. I can oddly remember the times where he was replacing Harbhajan Singh in Indian team, and this hatred spread along that this young boy could be able to pull off Harbhajan Singh. Harbhajan Singh was a challenging bowler to Ricky Ponting, Matthew Hayden. How could you replace Ashwin with Harbhajan Singh? That was the context during those 2011-12 times, and 2013 changed everything. That 4-match test series against Australia in which Ashwin was the leading wicket taker. From then on, it's been a legendary journey. Out for CSK, out for Indian team as well. Especially in white ball cricket, he was a legend. And that's where it all started. But it all started from CSK. The recognition he got was in yellow jersey. That wicket of Chris Gayle in 2011 IPL final was still a most iconic moment of CSK's journey. But anyway, that is finally coming to an end. Couldn't get much control. Strong shouts again. And he's not giving it. That's where it get things under control over there. Left arm spinners are doing the job really well, coping up with a lot of dot balls that pushes the batter under pressure. Gogol James himself is facing a couple of dot balls after scoring that 50. He scored 50 of 22 balls, and in the next 15 balls he scored 15 runs. Now imagine the kind of impact being made by two left arm spinners. Single to end the over, that's 92 for 3. Will not be any change out there in the middle. Continues off to bowl Vetri. Left right combination would be a big pressure, but anyway, left-handed, left-arm spinners to both the batters are doing magic on the field. It's not stopping them from defending the batters. And the target as well. Pulls it away. That is a fielder deep. And that is taken. This time no mistakes done by the fielder. As you could see, the sign of disappointments out there. Jiswan was trying to pull it away over the mid-wicket fielder. This was really well executed by Vetri. Even from the previous over, he was bowling it outside the off stump but turning it onto the batter. That's why he got confused to pull it away. He was doing that frequently, but this time had the fielder at right position and no mistakes done by him. 92 for 4. Jiswan walks back to the pavilion. Pradeep, the new batter, comes in at number 6. But this is turning out to be a challenging game. Without that, they were in the driver's seat, especially with the way how Gogol James was batting. He will continue to bat, but he have to get the right partner. Without the right partner, this is impossible. For Sai Akash, we saw Akash build the partnership, and then Madan just moved that partnership moving forward. But here, Gogol James is batting well, but he's not getting the right partner to move on. There comes the huge difference out there. If the non-strikers kept on losing wickets, if the other batters kept on losing wickets, at some point of time, even Gogol James will be feeling a bit of pressure to lose his wicket. Must be very careful with his approaches as well. Much better one. Slow it through the air, trying to push the batters under pressure. Pradeep is trying to accelerate the condition, but there have to be a lot more runs to be scored. 120 more to win the game, with one batter already scoring almost 70 runs. The dynamics is completely changing anyway. That's good running between the wickets. Couple of runs on the board as well. We just want to finish things off. That's 94 for 4. Good over from Vetri as well. Came in and picked up a crucial wicket. Imagine if that catch was taken of Gogol James at the covers or at the deep square leg. Especially at the deep square leg, should have taken. This would be a different game altogether. Dot ball to end the over. That's 94 for 4. Oh, that's taken. That is taken. Finally, the mistake was not much costly. That deep square leg fielder will be happy. That covers fielder will be happy. As this is a big fish. Ponni Valavan Nadrajan missed him last time, but this time it's taken. Look at that catch and that celebration. This is pretty much important. This is important. Now, the old Monk CC are confidently into the game with no set batters on strike. Gokul James, that was a wonderful innings out there, but unfortunately couldn't carry on with the momentum. Good catch taken by Balakrishnan. Anyway, 94 for 5. Ilamugil, the new batter. Oh, that's almost closer. The possibilities of that being a wicket was very close. Number 7 batter might be. There have been a lot of expectation on him as well. There is still a possibility, to be very honest, but they have to put on their mind, apply with logical cricketing instincts, or things will be out of the control. Oh, strong shouts! He was looking confident, Madan Shaktivel, but that is just a gimmick. The batter was standing relaxed and the on-field umpire standing relaxed, but it got the turn it requires. That's the kind of energy which made him to do such ways. Ponni Valavan is extracting good spin, good quality spin, as the spinners are doing the job today in both the innings, to be very honest. Will just be a single out there, as things were quite good under control with the way how it went so far. Last ball of the over. Single to end the over. That's 96 for 5. That's why you could see the scorecard difference. Only one batter scored 65. The second highest run score is 12 runs. That's why the difference comes in. But anyway, it's 96 for 5 after 15. That's a poor length. Not sure why this have changed right now. Raghav, the new bowler, should have continued with Vetri. But anyway, change of end and change of the approach as well. As a medium pacer comes in straight away to bowl the 16th over as a new bowler Raghav. But this, to a new batter, they could have gone with set bowlers. Bringing out new bowler will give 50-50 opportunity for both the batters and bowlers. Especially for the new batters, this might be an advantage as well. I'm not sure about Raghav and how he's going to perform today. But this gives a 50% chance for the batters to set themselves up against a new bowler. The required run rate is already 7.84. That's the biggest challenge while batting second. Though Old Monk CC have also struggled, but it was batting first. They don't know where they are heading to. They can do costly mistakes. But here, even a small mistake will impact the game. Even 7.84 looking out to be very impossible to continue with. Turning out to be a dot ball as well. With just 2 more to finish things off. 98 for 5 as of now. Catches the call as it fell short of the fielder anyway. Turning out to be quite good under control. Catches the call as it fell short of the fielder anyway. Single to end the over. That's 99 for 5. That turns out to be a decent over. Jaya, the new bowler, comes into the attack. So now 2 left arm spinners are taking break, as there is another left arm spinner, it seems. This is full of left arm spinners delight today. Trying to rotate the strike. That's 100 up here. For that first ball single. 101 for 5 it is. Rising Jawans Cricket Academy. Now 111 required with 5 wickets in hands. 13 overs more left. Catches the call. And that is taken. 1 more wicket. A soft dismissal, but not an easy catch to take on. This time it's Pradeep, the batter, being dismissed. 1 more time spinner came in. Brought in the damage as well. This was a slower delivery, as Pradeep is trying to close the pace of the bat. It's a clear-cut leading edge. Turns out to be a good catch taken to the covers. 101 for 6 as the Pradeep, the batter, being dismissed. That brings Pon Subhash, the new batter, comes in at number 8. But the hopes are going down straight away. The required run rate is also moving to 8.22. Unless or until they get a confident partnership, this is going to be a real challenge. Squeezing it through the covers. In fact, to the point direction. Ponsubash did well with the ball. Now we have to do it with the bat as well. 1 at 1 for 6 it is. Punches it through the covers to get some single over there. Oh, as it fell short. Can they be able to go for that single? Will be a couple of runs on the board as the wicket keepers appealing that for run out, obstructing the field. Couple of runs on the board. That's 1 at 4 for 6. Continues out to bowl Raghav. Just 3 runs on his first over. Couldn't get much control over there, as things were quite good under control. As it acquired run rate is moving to 8.42 as of now. The batting unit is looking out to be clueless on what needs to be done, which phase should be attacked. That's directed and the fingers were going up. Look at the celebrations. Look at the energy out there. This is interesting stuff to watch it forward. One stump view. This man made it possible at the point direction. Most toughest regions to throw the ball. Look at that. That's how it happened. And immediately the fingers gone up. This is pretty unfortunate that Ilamugil, the batter, being dismissed. 1 at 4 for 7 it is. Karthik, the new batter, comes in at number 9. But this is turning out to be really good. That the wickets were kept on falling one after the other. It was a tremendous throw out there from Balakrishnan. He was a very good fielder. We've seen him performing well from different regions. He's very good at field today. These things were quite good under control. Couldn't get the control against him over there. He's opening the pace of the bat. On whatever the line it comes, he's not playing it through the covers. He's not playing straight. He's opening it and giving it to the point fielder Ponsubash. Maybe that you can't get a batch of runs where there is a backward point, and short third man in position. Will be a risky approach. Look at that. This is what I've been speaking about. Even this was onto the stump line. He's eventually opening up the bat and slicing into that particular region. This is stopping them from scoring runs on the board, and it eventually increases the required run rate as well. It's 8.79 as of now. Single to end the over. Just 2 runs coming off the door and on wicket as well. That's 18 gets completed. 106 for 7. That's where you could see the bowling card as well. In fact, 8 bowlers bowled today. Will be expected to bowl a lot more. There'll be much shuffling around there, especially with the way how left arm spinners are doing the job. Seems like Balakrishnan with the ball did really well on the field. A wonderful catch and a direct hit, which eventually earns him a chance to bowl today. Replacing Jaya. Jaya was doing well in his first over. Was not given another over to bowl. This seems like they are turning out to be experimental mode than on winning this game, as they decided that they already win this game. Anyway, this mindset should not be there on a 30 overs game or a 20 overs game. The fate might change at any point of time. That should be kept in mind while introducing a new bowler, while giving chance to a new bowler, while experimenting things. But this is turning out to be a little bit of risky approach from Olmong CC. But he's doing it really well. Balakrishnan, another left arm spinner. It's the 4th left arm spinner we are watching today. And the result doesn't change, as this man Ponsubash opening the pace of the bat and giving it to the point fielder. Must be kept with good control over there. There was a time when the target was expected to be chased down in 21 or 22 overs, when Gogul was batting really well, but he didn't got the right partner. Eventually that built up the pressure, as Gokul have also lost his wicket. Goes down as a dot ball as well. 0-0-1-0. Couple of dot balls. Every bowler comes in and starts putting a pressure to the batter's head. This is really good stuff to watch out for. This thing's so quite good under control with just one more to end this over. And the required run rate now moves to 9.31 as well. Just 2 runs coming off this over so far. Single to end the over. It's 109 for 7. continues out to bowl Raghav. Now the required run rate moves to 9.42. Still 1 or 2 runs required in another 10 overs. It seems like they have to score 10 runs every over with 3 wickets in hands. This is really turning out to be a pressure. As they've been trying to rotate the strike instead of focusing on improving the run rate. To get closer to the target, a boundary of every over must be there. Without that, they cannot get closer to the target as well. Tossed up delivery, that's been dispatched through the covers, and it eventually goes past the boundary ropes as well. Boundary after a very long time, and a much needed boundary as well for them. We've been speaking about this too. They need boundary of every single over, and they eventually got the boundary. Full toss delivery, mistake done by Raghav, and that's been taken in good control in dispatch through the covers. Good stroke making. Pon Subhash the batter. As you could clearly see the batters checking out with the ball's quality. One on 5 for 7 it is with 3 more to go for this over. Will be just a single, as things were quite good under control with the way how it's being done. Everything seems to be taken with good control in terms of handling pressure. Much better one with the way how he's taking things under control. Catches the call. Oh my god, that is a very good try from the fielder, but he was prejudged. That's where it went out of his control. From the original position, this should have been taken anyway. 119 for 7. Jaya back into the attack. And that seems to be strong shouts, and the fingers were going up as well. Karthik, without any hesitation, is walking back to the pavilion. Seems like this got the feather as well. Jaya back into the attack and straight away brought in the breakthrough as well. This is how it happened. Good work done by the wicketkeeper behind the stumps. 119 for 8 it is. As we could clearly see, Rohan Joshi, the new batter, comes in without the bat, as the bat is already at the... In fact, it's there with him. 119 for 8 it is. He's coming out as a number 10 batter. Despite of winning this game, they should try getting closer to the target at least. That's why this game gets its treatment as well. Trying to get things under control over there. Rohan Joshi, the new batter. Can one bring 2 to Jaya? So far it's second wicket for him. Oh, he's trying to change his angle as well. He's having a two-way approach, it seems. He's the left arm spinner as well as a right arm leggy. That's what I could see as a difference. But anyway, gets off the mark with that boundary. Rohan, look at that. He's now bowling a leg spinner. Was not at all a bad delivery, but eventually got punished by Rohan Joshi. This is interesting stuff to watch out for. The Jaya is bowling from both the arms, left arm and right arm. Now the batters must be very careful on which they are facing. Another one high in the air, but no chance of that being a catch at all. But there was a possibility of that being a catch. That's where it gets things under control. Good that Rohan Joshi is trying to show some intent in the middle as well. Punches it through the covers. There is a man in deep. Oh, hope he's okay. Will be just a single, and that brings strike back to Rohan Joshi, who's looking out to be in good touch. But surprising thing is, why does Jaya have turned out to be leggy all of a sudden? Much better one this time. Turns out to be a dot ball to end the over. That's 21 gets completed, 125 for 8. 125 for 8. Back into the attack, Ponnivalavan Natarajan. With slips in position, that's interesting to watch out for. They're still having slips in position to attack. With Ponsubash on the other end trying to contain things under control. 3 overs, 13 for 2, Ponnivalavan Natarajan. The thing is, he got 2 wickets on his name. Especially the wicket of a set batter, Gokul as well. But this is not the regular way of his bowling. He used to flight it away. But now he is bowling more of a quicker deliveries. As it turns out to be surprising, having slips in position, he might sometimes be aiming to get the tickish outside edge as well. This is typical Ponnivalavan Natarajan's bowling. Much better one, much better one. Had more possibilities of that turning out to be a wicket. It's getting very closer. They have been quite good under control with the way how the batters are batting today. They're trying to long this process. They're trying to get closer to the last over. Then they could eventually decide on what's going to happen. But this is already going out of their hands. That must be kept in control. Catch is the call, and that is taken. That's wicket number 9 and wicket number 3 for Ponnivalavan Natarajan as well. Tried his best. Ponsubash was batting for a very long time but couldn't create the impact that it requires. This time it's an extra flighted delivery, as he was trying to play it across, it seems. Look at that. Playing against the spin, which results in getting leading edge and finds the hands of the covers fielder. 127 for 9 it is. Ponsubash walks back to the pavilion. These things are quite good under control. Raghav back into the attack, shuffling around with the bowlers. Should have tried with those bowlers like Vetri and Ponnivalavan, as these two bowlers are doing it really well with the combination. But anyway, that's a lost wicket. That this game might end up any point of time. Vignesh Uvi, the last batter, picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. He was the pick of the bowler, but unfortunately didn't got the taste of this being out of inning game. But still there is a possibility with 1 wicket in hands. Cricket might get any kind of climax. We can't come for the prediction early. But still losing 9 wickets with 1 wicket in hands, I don't say this is going to be an easy one for them. Continues out to bat over there. Raghav is trying to bowl it way outside the off stump. Some surprise deliveries will be invading the stumps. That's his style. This is what I've been speaking about. But having said that, Rohan Joshaya and Vignesh Uvi were still having good control over that. There is no such terms like tailenders. There are many quality batters out there in the tournament, right from 1 to 11. But still the pressure defines on a particular day's performance. Miscommunication, chance of a run out, as they've been satisfying with that single over there. But should be very careful with the way how they use the spinners. When you deeply look at the way how the performances went so far today, you could see Vignesh UV was a spinner, picked up 4 wickets. Today it's Ponnu 11, Nadraj. There are plenty of other spinners picked up more wickets. Jaya obviously. Such spinners doing the right magic at white jersey, not for the first time. There have been plenty of other times. Sometimes one team believing in left arm spinners doing really well with the spinner, the other team believing in fast bowlers will eventually fail to pick wickets, though if you get control over the batters. So spinners will bring some magic in Chennai. This pitch is a clear-cut example of that. Things were quite good under control. Turns out to be just a single. White +1. Raghav was desperate to hit the stumps. Oh, big shot, trying to go over the mid-off fielder, and he was quite successful with that approach as well. Good stop from the fielder anyway. Will be just a single. He'll be keeping the strike back as well. 134 for 9 after 23. Big shot, catches the call. And that's put down by the fielder anyway. Daniel was the fielder at long on. That's pretty unfortunate. This is pretty unfortunate. Continues out to bowl Ponnu 11 Natarajan. That turns out to be a little bit of reluctant approach. Strong shouts. You could wait for the ball for the very long time. That's also a problem in this case. Things were quite good. Took some time to show that signal as wide, and the bowler himself have also showing in hints whether it's a wide or not. Extra flighted delivery, that's taken good control. This time no mistakes done by the fielder. Same fielder gets a catch this time, and that's the end of Rohan Joshia, the skipper of the side as well, coming to an end. Is 135. And they're losing all their wickets for 135 to finish things off. That's how this final is coming to an end here. Taking back a look at that wicket. Full tosses have also earned some wickets today. This is one among that. Rohan's intention was to go over the long on fielder as he's standing off way, but somehow it reaches out his hands. He have contributed to his mistakes. That's how the tournament gets to an end here. As we could clearly see with the way how the performances went so far, Old Monk CC have won the toss. They had decided to bat first, put on a decent total of 211 and controlled Rising Jawans Cricket Academy for 135 runs to win this game by difference of 76 runs. That's a tremendous performance out there from him. And this is overall outstanding performance. Albino white ball season number 3 title winners are Old Monk CC, they were the second position at the points table, lost a game against Rising Javans Cricket Academy in a league phase, but beats up the same side in the final by batting first. Was tremendous journey out there. Old Monk CC have all the guts to say that they performed well today. Whereas for Rising Javans Cricket Academy, the one thing that didn't went into their favour right from the beginning is the drop catches, misfields. That's why they lost a couple of runs on the board, and then while batting first, they didn't got a solid partnership for Gogul James, one set batter who didn't got a partner. That ended up as a failed batting lineup with only one batter, top scoring 65, Pon Subhash 14, and obviously Pranav Devi 12. Rest of the batters couldn't score more than 10 runs. And with the ball, we've seen plenty of bowlers doing well today, whereas Punni Valavan Nadrajan picked up 4 wickets. He have been the pick of the bowler and will be player of the match as well. Scored 8 runs with the bat as well. And along with the Daniel Raj 1 wicket, Sri Ram 1 wicket, Vetri 3 overs 11 runs 1 wicket, was not given another over of chance. 2 overs 11 runs 2 wickets from Jaya. Balakrishnan 1 overs 3-0. Puts up all of them bringing up together, made this victory a possible one. Exceptional performance that turns out to be. As that's the news to finish things off, that Old Monk CC are the champions of Albino White Ball season number 3 by beating up their oppositions Rising Javans Cricket Academy by a difference of 76 runs.